Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
There we go. See, I'm so used, where's the music but no mic? Yeah, the music's a little bit odd, isn't it? Let's see here. I'm doing really well, Loca. Hold on a second. This is Good Time Charlie is the name of the song. We'll try something a little bit different. It's supposed to be jazz music. I don't know how that was jazz music. Yeah, like I said, I hope everyone's had an awesome week, right? Or if not, it's the weekend, and now you get to hopefully relax. I mean, it depends on your work week and what you got planned for this weekend. I got a bunch of stuff I need to do this weekend. I gotta make some videos, and I've got to prep for some upcoming talks. I've got a couple talks coming up in March that. One of which is brand new. I don't even have all the demos written for it yet. The other two I've given before. I just need to brush up on those talks. But I'll be working on it this weekend. But all right, so tonight I'm gonna get back working on Lego Master. Again, I apologize if you're here last night. You heard me talk about this. So I don't. Tuesday and Wednesday, my internet was just all over the place. I mean, it'd be fine and then just die, right? And then it'd be fine and just die. It was like that for like 2 days straight. It was starting to get a little bit better Wednesday night, but it was still, hey there, Ivan, how's it going? Yeah, like I said, it was starting to get a little bit better Wednesday night, but I was like, trying to write code and dealing with the internet going up and down is just not, I'm not going to deal with that. So that's why I didn't stream Wednesday night. But, tonight, I really do want to get, I want to get some progress made on this data import. All right, I want to, I'm kind of hoping I can actually get this done. Now, with it being said, I got a bunch I need to do because I'm going to rewrite some things here. Maybe repackage is a better way of putting it. All right, let's get over to the code screen here. There we go. So here's where we're at. This is what we were working on Monday. I did a little bit Tuesday evening or Wednesday evening, but not in here. I did something somewhere else. So I'll show that here in a moment. But this is where we're at. It was running, but the problem that we came up to is what we need to do when we do the initial import and any follow import, we need to actually record the IDs that we create in a local file so that we can easily reference those. So I need to work on that tonight. Like I said, I want to repackage this. I want to get this, like the models, instead of having separate models just for these updates, I want to get that into a common library that, that the different apps need. There we go. Excuse me. Let me get a drink of water here. There we go. That should be better. Because we'll have we're gonna have the import app. We're gonna have a web app. Maybe something else, right? And so we want them all to be able to use the same, the same models, right? So we don't have to reinvent the wheel each time. Along with that, what I was working on, so right now, the way how this import's been working, which one am I in right now? See, I'm not even in the daily data load. Probably because I was looking at some things in this yesterday. Yeah, so this is what we were here we go. This is what we were working on Monday. Yeah, we were in here. But one of the things that this is, that's required of this is the file paths, right? So the program, make sure I'm in the right program here. Here we go. The program, I mean, I've got hard coded at this point, but but the point is it's dependent on a file being on the system. Now, sure enough, I'm gonna, because I still think, like I said, I need to keep reference of the existing stuff because that's gonna be a whole lot cheaper than querying Cosmos every single day for 80,000 records every single day. There will be costs associated with that. Whereas I could easily keep that on a local file and deal with it. But this is also, this assumes I download those files from where I'm getting the data. Well, what if we could automate that? And that's what I did a little bit of work Wednesday night. And this is kind of a mess because, one, it's kind of, as my process was going through, I was doing a couple of different ways. But sure enough, what I do have working, so here I've got a download. Hey, Scott, how's it going? So here I'm downloading that from, and I don't really need these being two different methods. But like here you see, we're downloading these from this rubricable link, all right? And we're putting that to they're being put into a stream. And then we go into this extract and parse. And so, well, you always should be asleep now, but 2:21 a.m. Yeah, I mean, you should be asleep now. So I don't know, does that mean I put you to sleep and that's why you came on the stream? I feel your pain, buddy. I really do. I never have had as bad as you do. But I do know the pain of having a hard time sleeping. So I would say, so I'm using this, what was the name of this package I'm using? Sharp zip lib. All right. So I'm using the sharp zip, which is because basically what I download is it's a GZ file, right? So, so that's why I take in the stream, which is the downloaded file. Hey, Brian. And then you can see right here, I'm reading from that stream that came into me. I'm sorry. Here, I'm unzipping it into another stream, all right? And then I'm reading from the stream. And sure enough, if I was to run this, we'll see, that went and downloaded that file, unzipped it, and then read through the file, right? So we've got that working. Like I said, that's what I did a little bit of work. Like I said, that was what I worked on Wednesday when I couldn't stream. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move this over here to my other monitor for reference. Same thing with this one. And we're going to come back to the blank folder here. And let's go ahead and add a new project. Let's start with a blank solution. Because I got C# selected, that's why. New project. Blank solution. Awesome. All right, let's do this. I have seen this before. And it seems like if I close Visual Studio and open it back up. Yeah, see, now you even see it in my favorites. Or my recents. Hey there, Chris Funk. Yeah, you all have definitely had, you know, a unpleasant week. I know you. What's a blank solution? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's just a solution file. But yeah, you all in Texas, I know you're glad for this week to be over, because things, you know, should be starting to get back into more normalcy. All right, so we're going to call this Lego Master. And we're going to get this. Wow, yeah, you just got power back. Yeah, that's the hardest part, right? You know, one thing is the internet being out, right? I mean, that sucks, right? But, you know, for the power to go, you know, and for those who don't know, I mean, power in Texas was, they were having to do rolling blackouts and that type of stuff because, you know, the capacity couldn't meet the demand. And of course, you know, it was whatchamacallit, you know, I don't know how much snow Dallas got, but probably 6 to 7 inches, maybe a little more. So, and others might say, well, that's not bad, 6 or 7 inches. Yeah, but not for an area that's not used to getting snow. Let's see here. Well, I'm not so sure people in Kentucky could drive through snow very well either. All right, there we go. Lego Master source. Here we go. We're right here. Yes, and sure enough, because I'm starting a whole new thing, you don't have to do this, right? But I just like, and why is this taking so long? I like actually starting with my blank solution to begin with, so I start with a clean slate. What is going on here? There we go. Let's make sure this is in the right place. Okay. And then, now the one thing I do need to do, because what I don't like that Visual Studio does, I'm going to actually close this. And now we're going to go back to the folder, because Visual Studio likes creating a whole nother folder for that. Come on. There we go. So if you look in here in my source directory, yeah, it created a whole nother folder. So I'm just going to move that up there and then delete that folder. And what is in this new folder? Is there anything in here? No. So let's just go ahead and get rid of that. Human-friendly solution files. I mean, are you talking about the file itself? So let's see here. I mean, I'm assuming what you're talking about. Whoops, that's not what I want. Yeah, so many GUIDs. Yeah, I mean, so sure enough, well, right now there's not a whole lot in here, you see, because it's a blank solution. But this is the solution file. You know, actually, once we get this loaded, let's take a look at that again, all right? Well, or here, if we look at, to give an example, a better example, so let's look at this one. And notice I already know, don't try to right click on here. So sure enough, this is what you see. And this isn't a big solution file, right? There's only three projects in there. So yeah, like there's squids to reference the projects, you know. I'm not sure. I don't remember why there's two GUIDs. Yeah, it is interesting. You bring up a good point, though. You know, I mean, although this is a whole lot better than what the project files used to look like. All right. So now we've got our clean solution. Nothing's in here. So let's go ahead and we're going to add a new project. And this will be a class library. You know, I'm almost tempted to try .NET 6. Yeah, but I don't have it downloaded. All right, now I'm not going to do that. If I had, I should have already downloaded it. If I had already downloaded it, I would give it a try. All right, so this will be. I'm drawing a complete blank on the name of this. This is our. Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a complete blank of what I want to call this project. So I'm actually looking somewhere else where I've got something similar. Or at least I thought I had similar in here. Boy, why can I not think of what I want to call this? My domain. Goodness gracious. That was such a hard word to think of. All right, so this will be my domain. All right. So basically the models. All right, we're going to do .NET 5. And sure enough, over the weekend, I think I will download. So .NET 6 preview's out. You know, I think I'm going to download that, and you know, maybe Monday we'll play with it and see if we can make it work. See what breaks. All right, we're going to start off with category. I was going to say color, but category actually comes first. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm just going in alphabetical order here. All right, so category, and I'm just going to copy. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Let's fix this here real quick. So this is going to be TaleLearnCode.LegoMaster.domain. And that's also going to be my namespace. Okay. I also just, you know, hold on a second. Let me, since I'm creating everything new, let me actually look at something real quick. I saw something that was really interesting. So I will say, if you're ever looking for like a good list of articles every day on .NET, I highly recommend .NET Kicks. This is one of the places I check every morning, you know, for the latest articles. And sure enough, Scott Hantzman had this article about .NET Boxed, prescriptive templates for .NET Core. And I gotta say, I was kind of curious, because it kind of, you know, basically went a step ahead. So let's take a look at this, you know. And I know I said I want to get a little bit further ahead, but I would like to see this. So in our project templates, we have ASP.core, API box, we have GraphQL box, Orleans box, which I looked at this. I forgot this. I think. Yeah, database and business logic layer for your app. And then the Nuget package boxed, which is another interesting thing here. So what does this do different? Okay, so what do I need to do this? Okay, so let's do this. So open our command prompt. Well, yeah, did you see the post about so sure enough, the post about .NET 6, here we go, that's ASP.NET Core updates, let's see here, .NET 6. Hey, Curious Drive, how's it going? Here we go. I mean, did you see this article that came out here? Here we go. So here's the article talking about .NET 6 Preview 1 coming out. All right. And like I say, if it didn't, watching you while making food, awesome. I mean, this thing is just, I started to read this. Actually, I need to finish reading it, right? Because it's just, there's a lot in here, right? Just goes on and on, right? And I don't mean on and on in a bad way. Just, lots of good information in here. So lots of really good things in here. But like I say, I'm a little bit leery. Well, actually, SDK updates are pretty easy. Yeah, no, that's not chance. I'm a little bit leery about doing updates on stream, right? Let's see here. I haven't read this one yet. Look at this, a micro APIs. Interesting. I'm curious about that one. Yeah, it's like 2:30 in Denmark. Yeah, here I am. Let's get these things done. And here I am. I'm reading other things here. But all right, I do want to actually give this a try. So this Orleans template here, right? So what is this doing exactly? Yeah, maybe I don't want to go through all that right now. All right. Actors have their place. Microsoft is getting bigger and bigger about actors. All right, I'm going to make this simple for now. I can always come back and... So, yeah, Azure Functions. I want to bring that in, right? So I will say this. When I say I want to get this import done, I might not get the Azure function piece of it done. I did see the Dapper announcement. I didn't read it yet, though. I had a pretty busy day. All right, so we're going to have... Oh, let's fix the namespace real quick. Okay. So we're going to have that one. We're going to have... Come on, Visual Studio. I don't know why Visual Studio does this on this machine. Other than, you know, this machine just has all kinds of funky issues. There we go. Then we're going to have color. Whoops. All right. Color. Next we're going to have inventory. Inventory part. Come on. Then we're going to have part. Next will be set. Well, so here's the thing. This is my machine. It's not. Don't compare Visual Studio on this. I'm having some issues on this machine. And actually, I should look at something real quick, because I've been doing some things that have really been helping out some other applications. Well, well, so here's the thing to also consider. I mean, Visual Studio is doing a whole lot more work, right? Visual Studio Code was meant to be a whole lot more lightweight. Which actually does remind me, we're talking about performance. Let's take a look at something here real quick. Where is Visual Studio installed right now? I think it's, yeah, because, well, it says it's on D, but I think it actually still installs a bunch of stuff on C. If I remember, Visual Studio is one of those apps that doesn't completely, the installer doesn't actually completely honor your request where you want to put stuff, which is annoying. My C drive is just a mess. And so I've been moving, especially my bigger apps, off the C drive onto my D drive, which is a whole lot better drive. All right, so here, we've got everything moved over. What I'm not going to do yet, for example, like if we look at inventory part, well, it should obviously have a part reference in here. I'm not going to do that right now, because right now I just want this to be, I want it to be, good enough for what we're working on right now, right? And then when we get into where we're actually using this more, we'll actually do more of that work. Well, no. Probably because I was so busy. I don't know what was going on today. So, okay. So new to programming, looking for a streamer. Well, thank you for that recommendation. I really appreciate that. Hey there, C-Films. How's it going? All right. So there, we've got the domain created. Now, we're going to add a new project. And this will be another class library. And on this one, we will call it the data import. All right? Because that's all it's going to be responsible for, is for importing data. All right. And then let's fix this. So we're TaleLearnCode.Lego. What'd you miss? Well, so what we're working on is trying to actually kind of wrap up this data importing stuff. But I'm also moving everything into a more formalized. That's why I'm taking a moment here to kind of rebuilding things. Getting the domain classes created in a domain library. All right, so just trying to get things cleaned up. All right, so now that I have data import created, what we're going to start with. Oh, let's go ahead. I know we're going to need some Nuget packages. And we'll wait for Nuget Manager to come up. Again, something else that is just wonky on my computer. All right, and then in here, I'm going to want, let me go to this one here. So we're going to want a tiny CSV parser. Well, definitely when they make your work a lot easier. All right, so we're going to get the CSV parser. Come on. There we go. All right, and then we're going to get sharp zip lib. And install that one. Yes, Nuget is tasty. What is something you want to do for this project but will not do? See, films. I don't think I'm at the point of knowing things I'm not going to do. Come on. I don't know why. Hey, iFlicker. I would completely agree with you there, Magnardius. All right, did this install? No, I'm still waiting for this to install. I think it's going really well. Although I am glad for the weekend. Come on. There we go. I will say this. Air fryer is good for frying up. Not so much, I don't know, chicken nuggets, but like doing like Will I add link logs to my project? Well, no. I mean, because the intent is Lego. I don't need to get into. I don't need to get another product to be building. I already spent enough money on Lego. All right. So now I've done that. Duplo? Well, technically Duplo is Lego, all right? Well, not technically, it is. I mean, it's part of Lego. And you know, Duplo and Lego are, they are interconnectable. Somehow. All right. So now we're going to do... you think? You think I have a Lego problem? All right. I'm just thinking of what I'm going to call this class here. Well, there you go. I have not... Are you talking about 15 of the current New Year's sets or 15 sets over the last couple of years? Because with 15 current, then I'm not the one with the problem. Okay. Oh, over the last few weeks. Well, so see films. I mean, saying I won't add Lincoln logs. I mean, more or less because it's called Lego Master. But yeah. All right, I guess I'm gonna call this. I think I'm just gonna call this daily. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I tell you, those sets are really darn neat, right? I know you're messing with me. I actually really do like these things, right? I might actually pick up...
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Yeah, they're small gram. So sure enough, I mean, the New Year sets are really neat, right? I love how, thank you for not coming right to it, though. The Lego... Lego search is not always the best. Like, it should not be this hard for me to be searching for that. It'll be under new. But the problem is there's been a lot of new stuff. Oh, well, at any rate, they are really neat. I am thinking about getting the current one. It's a really neat set. And then I'm thinking about, because the current one has a base plate, so a 32 by 32 bricks. And then it's a base plate and a half, so 32. So basically, 48 by 32. And really, am thinking about doing it and taking like the one that's on the 16 by 32 and putting that into my city. All right. See, I'm gonna call this daily. I might come up with a better name later. Although, actually, we're going to call this... First, we need to build the... full... I don't know. These names are horrible. What was I What was I calling it the other day? I'm looking at this project I was working on the other day. What's your favorite Lego size Legos? I don't know if I have a favorite size. Probably the one I own the most are 1x2s. But that's because I've been working on roads that use 1x2 bricks. And I have like, what do I have? I have 2,800, just 2,800 dark bluish gray 1x2 bricks, just in that one, so just in that one color. So that's probably the one I have the most of. And probably the one I have next most of would be. All right, Scott. You have an awesome evening. Hopefully, you sleep well. Probably next up would be the 1x2 tile, which I use for like the sidewalks and all that type of stuff. All right, let's look at this. So I was looking at, what am I calling this thing? Oh, I called it low data. That's an awesome name too. All right, we'll just, yeah, why not? Data import, we'll call it low data. I don't know. I'm not really liking either name, but it'll work. All right, so what I'm gonna start, how I'm gonna start this, we're gonna have my favorite Lego movie. The Lego movies are alright, right? I mean, the funny thing is the Batman movie, I've yet to be able to watch it and not fall asleep. so I don't think it's Lego Batman. I've tried watching that maybe a dozen times, and I can never make it through it. So I think I've seen the whole movie, but I've never seen the whole movie in one sitting. All right. All right, so we're going to start with. I'm going to start with some of this code I wrote the other night. This unzip. No, I want to start with this download file stream. Actually, I'm trying to think. Do I still want this as a separate? Probably so. So let's go ahead and copy this. All right. So, and I'll talk through this here. We're going to make this private. And our using statements here. In just a second, I'll talk through this here. Oh, okay. I need to create that. Okay. Get rid of that. That was my help earlier. And then we're going to pass in just a second, HTTP1. I believe it's an HTTP client. Yes. Okay. All right. So okay, I'll handle these in a moment. So here's what this thing is doing. So the first thing we want to do, right? We're gonna so especially for those who are new. So we're getting our data from a site called Rubricable, right, which is actually a really neat website for a lot of things. Downloads. So we get these files from here, right? And every day they update these, right? So, so C-Films, far as favorite game, yeah, I would just say Star Wars, but to the point of, I don't know if there's one particular one I like over the others. But they are fun. I mean, the Lego games are fun to play because they're not very serious, right? I mean, they take a comical look at everything. So, all right. So the way how this works is we're gonna download this. So, yeah, exactly. So, so that's why I'm a pass. Okay, so the HTTP client, that is the, so that's what .NET Core will use to connect to HTTP. The reason why we're calling it this way, well, you know what? No, I'm gonna change that. This does not need to be static. That can be, and then instead of that, private read-only HTTP client. Client, just like that. So I'll need to create my constructor here. Oh yeah, yeah. No, there's the Lego games. It is kind of crazy how many Lego games there are out there. Okay, hold on. Cheech and Chong. Oh, goodness. I'm definitely not going to watch that on stream, but yeah, I mean, well, whoops. That was the other thing. I mean, like on this search here, yeah, I was just about to say, I just saw that, yeah, right here, custom figures. This is the other thing that is massive in the Lego world, right? But whatchamacallit, the minifigs, you can get them custom made minifigs. I mean, I will say this, I'm on the lookout, and I need to actually spend a little bit of time looking for this. I've looked a little bit, I haven't found it yet, but I want, I want something in particular. I want the Roger Moore, James Bond, Lego minifigure. That's what I'm trying to find. And that one might work for me, right? Although technically that's actually supposed to be Indiana Jones, the torso piece. But I am looking for that with the white coat. So as far as who's my favorite James Bond, so it's actually a hard answer, right? So I mean, sure enough, my favorite James Bond is Daniel Craig. The one who I'm most fond of is Roger Moore, because that's who I grew up with, right? And I mean, I was born in '71, so Roger Moore was, that was my, Roger Moore was my James Bond, right? So yeah, so sure enough, I do really want to find something like this, because, and I'll show you why. Here's what I have coming in. I get this Tuesday. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Sean Connery is definitely the epitome. Here's the thing. I mean, Sean Connery was the epitome of James Bond. Daniel Craig has given a whole different light, right? You know, Roger Moore, it was a campy, so it's not, they're not better movies, right? But it's what I grew up with, right? That's what I knew as James Bond. So sure enough, I have this coming in, right? The Tuk Tuk, right? And so the reason why I really want a Roger Moore James Bond is, you know, is not those scenes. Well, yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, so this one right here, and I'm not going to play the video itself for obvious reasons, right? But, basically they're on a tuk-tuk going through, I forget if it was India or Pakistan or what they're going through. But, so that's the reason why I'm looking for that James Bond. Because like I said, I have this coming in, I think Tuesday is when it comes in. Because I have not been able to now watch it. It'll now be available. No, it's not available in the local store. So, yeah, I mean, so yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I just hovered my mouse over it, right? Yeah, so here you go. I mean, if you look at these movies, right? I really do like the Jack Ryan series. Of course, I've always liked. I was a big fan of Tom Clancy. So yeah, I mean, if you look, I mean, now great. This is in chronological order, right? So Doctor No, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger. Look at these. You're talking about these movies that were, where, Thunderball. These are the amazing movies, right? I have not seen the new Marco Polo series. But yeah, when you get to like the Roger Moore movies right here, Live and Let Die, it's like probably the most serious of the movies, right? The Man with the Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker. I mean, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy. I mean, A View to Kill. I mean, movies were not, they're a whole lot more. They were a whole lot more campy and everything. So Pierce Brosnan should have stayed with Raymond Steele. Well, I mean, number one, that was so here's the thing. Pierce Brosnan could not do James Bond because of Remington Steele. Remington Steele was an awesome show. Actually, the point is that actually... Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Because it has been a long time since I've seen Remington Steele. I wonder if it holds up. So I'm just curious. You got to pay for it. I wonder if it's on Tubi. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. We can always, I see they're supposedly full episodes on YouTube. I'm sure that's completely legit. I do wonder if that show holds up. All right, I'm gonna get back to this. Although I've been having fun talking about this stuff. So here's what we're doing. So a couple things. One, notice that I have a single instance of HTTP client. All right, and that is highly recommended because of the sockets it's creating everything. Yeah, the Microsoft recommendation is that you create one instance and then you basically pass that around. Yeah, sure. Couple of things. We're never, we can't have another blonde James Bond, so that would be one problem. And then I don't think there'll ever be an American James Bond. The only problem with the Pierce Brosnan movies was the whole BMW stuff, right? Bringing the BMW in there, that was blasphemy. Which, and that was one of the things. What was the first thing that the Daniel Craig series does? They bring back the original DB5, right? Talk about the code I'm writing or another piece of code. Because sure enough, smack attack, I'm getting distracted, but that is what I'm trying to talk about. So, all right. So we're going to pass in the URL, right? And then, so really this is actually pretty simple, right? Here you got the HTTP client. It's going to get async, right? So it's going to asynchronously get that. And I forgot why you call. Oh, okay. You do this ensure success status code, and this is kind of a weird thing, but you're doing this because if you look, and I know it's kind of small, and unfortunately you can't blow this up any better. This will actually, if it's not successful, it'll throw an error code, and that's actually a good thing in here. I'm such a private coder. I thought Tom Hardy's still just a rumor. I didn't think he was actually. What do I think of as a future? I mean, so let me make sure this is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah. So here's the thing: does Tom Hardy ever actually really act without a mask on? Right? I mean, he's almost always wearing a mask. You can't do that in there. Oh, look at this. I mean, there's already several things he's got announced. I actually have never seen Inception. I need to watch that at some point. All right. So, and then, so this will throw an exception, which we'll get down here, and need to actually do something with that. And then finally, I'm going to take the response, get the content, and more importantly, I'm going to read it as a stream, right? So I want to return it, as a memory stream. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't seen Inception. I just haven't. All right. I'm going to take this part out. We're just going to return null for now. I need to add some logging here. I'm going to do that later. All right, so there, we've got that method. And then the other method we're going to want is... I have to look which one because I've got a whole bunch that are named very similar. This extract and parse. I'm actually rename that. But... Okay. Maybe I'll watch that this weekend. All right, so there's a couple things in here. This one. Oops. Again, clean this up a little bit here, and I know I've got red squigglies up there. I'm coming back to that. All right, I'm going to call this extract and parse stream. That's what we'll call it. Oh, I liked him. I don't know if I can't think of what else I've seen him in, but I liked him as Magneto. All right, so then the other thing we're doing here. So now we've got this. Here, I can get rid of some stuff I don't need. Am I still using this data buffer? No. Okay, so then the other thing we need to do. Oh, Tom Holland. Okay, yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, one is Tom Holland's. Yeah, there you go. Rowan accent. Is Tom Holland English? And I asked it because I'm actually not sure if he's maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's too young. All right. All right. Well, there you go. I don't know. Well, one of the problems about Tom Holland, and not a problem for fans, but a problem for studios, is that he's not very good about keeping secrets. He has a tendency to leak story bits out. Not that, I mean, that doesn't stop him being any character, but it definitely, because I know there were some stories about Avengers where, the last Avengers movie where they didn't tell him parts of the movie because they were worried he would accidentally not on purpose. No, I think he gets so excited. Yeah, I know acceptance right. I don't know. I just haven't got around to watching it. All right, so we're gonna have the stream. We're gonna pass in T domain. We'll call it domain. All right, let's call it ND, and then we'll have a T mapper. Okay, and then. I don't know. I mean, I think he does a good job. At least as Loki. I mean, what else has he done? And again, and I don't mean that in a critical manner. I mean, as in, I don't actually know. Actually, it's kind of funny not seeing him in the Loki garb. He really hasn't done much other than some early on stuff, and then and it's all Avenger stuff. Of course, Avenger stuff takes up so much of its time. All right. T-mapper. I need to add. I don't know. I mean, how many different, super characters? Because James Bond is pretty close to a superhero. All right, I'm drawing a blank on the syntax I need here. I know what I need, but I can't remember the syntax. Where? Yeah, there we go. Come on. Where T mapper. New. Okay. This be T entity. Cannot convert T mapper. Hey there, Hector. How's it going? All right. Cannot convert T mapper to tiny parser mapping ICSV. So, I gotta admit, I am surprised there hasn't been more conversation about a female James Bond. And, I mean, rumor is, well, isn't it in the movie that's been delayed? Isn't I thought the plot was that James Bond has retired, and that the new 007 was a female. His left act. Well, problem is sometimes I think they focus too much on making the on the female aspect of it, and instead of making a good movie that stars a female, right, or females, right, and that's where I think sometimes you have problems, right. Yeah, it doesn't say in here, but I thought there's a whole thing about their the boss never let you retire. Yeah, exactly. All right, I don't know why this isn't working for me. Passing that type. Sure, I can make that work. Hold on, just looking at something here. This line here. No, it's complaining about the mapper. The mapper is just a mapper. Oh, hold on. I know what I need to do. It's on the where I need to. I think I can do. Let's see here. I forget how you do this though. Did you do DI? Not no. So right now I've got it as a just as a type, right? Because I'll have different mappers coming through this, all right? And so I'm trying to make it generic. I think what I need to do is I'm trying to remember. There is. These constraints, there's another constraint I can do here. Here we go. Let's see here. I thought there was a way. Interface annotation, hold on. What am I looking at here? Oh, classes. Secondary. Oh, I'm looking for. I thought there was a way I can constrain that it inherits, because that's what I need. I need something that implements CSV mapping. And I'm pretty sure I want to constrain the type. Constrain types and generics. What in the world? C# constrain types and generics. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. So then I want this to be, what was it? It was CSV mapping. CSV mapping of T mapper. Still not liking it. My Microsoft points. Which Microsoft points? Still not liking that. Oh. I'm sure it used to be. It was right here. I don't know. I haven't looked at those things for so long. I've actually gotten things with those points before. So there, I'm telling it needs to be. Just curious if I take that out, if that makes a difference. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. It makes sense. So I'm restricting it to that, but it still says cannot convert tmapper. Yeah. Well, considering I'm apparently not signed in. So I have 112,000 available points. I've earned 206,000 lifetime. So there you go. That's what I've got as far as points. I mean, it's interesting. I have actually looked at this before. You can redeem for some stuff. I mean, most of it's raffles, right? But you can get like a game passes. Here you get Skype credit. I know Amazon. Oh, there you go. There's the Amazon. I mean, sure enough. Kind of curious here. Why you can even get Target gift cards? I'm kind of curious here. So 5250, huh? Get $105 in Amazon cards. Not bad. See, yeah, I used to do those raffles every once in a while, right? Because why not? Like I said, I haven't really looked at that. I might have to. Well, there are no Lego store options, but I get Lego at Amazon. All right. I don't get why this isn't working. It has to be an ICSV mapping. So that would seem almost ridiculous anyways. See? Look at this. This makes this error message even more confusing. Cannot cast is redundant. Cannot convert ICSV mapping tmapper to ICSV T. Oh. Well. T entity. Oh, hold on. And now it fixes the problem. You know what? This should be T entity. It does help if I use the right type in there. All right, there we go. I was like, this should be working, right? I mean, there's no reason why this shouldn't be. All right, so what this is doing, now that I just spent the last 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, I think, trying to figure out why that wouldn't work. All right, so here's a couple things in here. Because there's a little bit, some advanced C# in here. Not really advanced, but... so, first off, we're using generics, right? So which is allowing me to do, one method that can work on different types, right? Because I'm gonna be, I'm gonna have colors, categories, inventory, parts, right? All these different things that I'm gonna be extracting, parsing, right? I'm actually gonna call this different. I'm gonna get list. I'm gonna keep it extract and parse. So I'm passing that stream that I'm passing that stream that we got from here, right? This download file stream. And then now here's what we're doing here. Actually, I'm gonna see. Can you take that out at this point, or is that still needed? Yeah, that's still needed. That's what I thought. So this where here, whoops. This where here, so that is a constraint, right? I'm actually constraining what tmapper can have, right? Yeah, I mean, like what McNerd is saying, right? That's kind of what we're doing with generics, right? So, but here and in here, I'm kind of I'm restricting this, right? So I'm saying tmapper has to implement ICSV mapping tentity and has to implement a new method, right? A new constructor. And then we're going to go in here. So the first thing we're going to do is, so this is this library I'm using to unzip this because the file is zipped using, it's a GZ file, right? So I'm using this GC input stream or using that, and basically this, creating a new like that will actually do the unzipping, right? So it'll return it as a stream, right? Then here we're going to create that new mapper. We're going to create the parser, right? So this is all what this tiny CSV parser needs. So basically it's taking a CSV file and then it's going to basically map it. That's the mapper. Oh, I need to build those mappers. Or copy and paste those mappers. I was going to take those mappers and what it tells it, okay, this field belongs to here, right? That's basically what it's doing. And then we're, then finally here, which actually we should be returning that. We're going to take that. Oh, hold on. This is a list of CSV mapping result entity. List CSV mapping result T entity. Oops, not tar entity. T entity. Why are you not liking that? Okay. Then return this. List or iList. It could be an iList. I mean, with that being said, in this case, I think it's fine, right? I mean, it's actually kind of good because if we ever take this somewhere else, this is actually a private method. Whoops. I had it public because of where I had it, but but yeah, I think that's actually a good idea, because it gives us more sensibility if we ever move this later on. So yeah, so we're gonna it's gonna read. So the CSV parser will read from that stream, encode it into ASCII, and then basically it's gonna turn into a list, right? And Tech Workbench was correct. It should be an iList. All right. So now that I have that, let's actually get our mappings. So I'm going to copy these. And here, we're going to add, first I'm going to add a folder called mappers. And we're just going to paste those in there. And I need to go and fix the namespaces. We need to add a project reference. All right, I'm y'all tried to make Sean poor. Okay. So now I got to do the same thing for the others, right? So we'll go to the color mapper. Oh, yeah, the color mapper is kind of weird. The older file format was doing the booleans a little bit different, which was so much fun. That. Get our using statement. Whoops, wrong using statement. I don't want system drawing. Okay. Why is it not? Interesting. Why is it not using TaleLearnCode Lego master dot domain? Well, other than the fact I didn't populate it. Maybe I had misspelled. I wonder if that was a problem. All right.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey, not average Joe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Whoops. Wrong one. Inventory part mapper. How much trying to bet? No, those are okay. Come on. Trying to read the crystal ball. All right, there we go. do a build just to make sure everything's building here. Yep. All right. So now, going back to here, we're going to need a constructor in here. So, not private, public load data.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to High Flicker. They have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
So, I admit, Sean, is that the trick? We just have to shame you into doing gift subs. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'm sure that invoice is coming to me sometime soon. Not this one. Well, there you go. I still remember, this was probably 6 years ago or so, and we were working. I was working with the Army, and it had us like in this. It was queues, but I mean it's all open, right? Anyone could, couldn't have a private conversation. And someone's having, guy next to me, he's having to actually say his credit card number over the phone, and he's kind of like, well, this isn't the most secure way of doing this. As he's trying to be as quiet as he can. And it was so funny because the person couldn't hear him well enough, and he was like, look, I can't say it much louder because I'm in an open cube farm, right? And I remember like, hey dude, it's all right, but I need you to say a little bit louder too. I missed that fifth number, right? Yeah. All right. I wanted to, let's see here. Looking for, okay, it's just new. Okay. I don't remember if there's anything else I had to do. So in here, we're going to do HP. Well, actually, since it's just that. Hey, Oren, how's it going? Exactly. And make sure you get the spelling of the maiden name correct too, right? All right, so actually at the moment I don't need a constructor. All right, so now let's start actually using this. So we're gonna have a public what are we going to have here? Void. And we'll just call this daily import. Actually, let's call this bulk import. That's still a bad name, but the one we do for everything. All right. Awesome. That sounds like an awesome present. Getting that a microphone for streaming. So, have you? And maybe you have been streaming. I don't know. Have you been streaming, or is it something you're starting? That's not what I thought I copied. Good, was something else more embarrassing. Want to say that I'll be giving time to stream? All right, well, awesome. Well, here I'm gonna follow you right now. That way, when you start streaming, I will. Yeah, I'll get notified of that. All right, so we got this bulk import. So then we're just going to start with the imports, right? So we'll start with color because color is kind of the more simpler one to do here. So it's define stream tools. All right, well, cool.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Zulu Chang. Thank you for that follow. All right. For the moment, I'm gonna hard code. Not hard code there. I'm gonna hard code it right here. Private const string color URL. I'm gonna actually move that to a configuration file, but for right now, I'm gonna say for the moment, I'm gonna just put that there so I can debug a little bit better. And then what we're gonna do? Let's just start with. So the actually the HTTP client is never assigned to. What do you mean it's going to have? So no, I'm not injecting it because I just need to create it. Not that one. Curious here why it's telling me it's going to be null when I am newing it up. It's never assigned to. It's assigned to right here. That's just weird. All right, well, we might have an issue there. So no, I'm creating it on the, when I create the instance, I'm going to create it. All right, and that should work. We'll see what happens here. The message has got me a little bit confused. The warning, I should say. All right. So we're going to do color. And, this will do something like... I did think of something else I want to add here, but we'll add that here in a moment. Oh, what do I want? I want to stream color stream equals download file stream color URL. Do a couple things here real quick. So, and again, like I say, this constant is just there for now. I'm going to make that configurable. So I don't, so if for some reason that changes, I don't have to recompile this whole app just to change that, right? So we're going to get the stream, then we're going to get a list of CSV mapping result color. Colors, not coolers, colors equals get, not get, extract and parse, and then this will be color, and this will be color mapper, or I'll change that name here in a second, and then we're going to pass in that color string. Cannot explicitly convert type. What am I? So I can't take main to color. Okay, I have to explicitly cast that, I guess. All right, let me fix this also. That was just because, again, it changed the formats and I was actually reading files that had two different formats on me. All right, so that will do that. And then we're just going to, for each, so it's going to be a var result. Yeah, let's keep it as item. In colors. And then we're going to say console right line item dot result dot name. Okay. So now yeah, create this as a class library, but that doesn't really make sense. It really should be a console app that has a class. Oh no, I know why. Okay, never mind. I know why I created that as a class library. No, that's correct. So we're going to add a console app. We'll just call this data import console. I want it as a class library because I'm going to eventually have that be called by an Azure function. All right, so then here we are going to fix our namespace. Okay. Exactly. Well, especially because, with the Azure function, I can, I can use the timer trigger, and then I can trigger it every 24 hours, right? So in here, we're going to add a reference to data import. And then we're going to say, here we're going to fix that. Okay. And then here we're going to say, I just remembered something. All right. I made that class library .NET 5. Azure Functions does not actually support .NET 5 in GA yet. It does support it in preview. I can either fool with a preview, which I've not fooled with yet because it looked a little bit nasty, or I could just wait until they finally come out with the version 5. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Just step in the door for a second. Okay. I thought I smelled something kind of bad, and yes, I did. The problem about snow on the ground is the dog won't poop outside, because dogs don't like pooping on the snow. And that's what I'm smelling, because his pad is right outside the room. Yeah. That's why I smell something like, what in the world is that smell? My wife is cleaning up though. All right. So then we're gonna say load data. Yeah, load data. That's what we call this thing. Load data equals new. Okay. And then we're going to say load data dot bulk import async. Wait that. And we're going to make this an async method. All right, and then we're going to make this a startup project. And we should now simply just, read out that file. I just want to make sure everything's still working. Yeah, there we go. So there's all those colors. All right, that's what we wanted. All right, so now we actually do some real work with this. So again, looking at what we did before. So this data load project here. Actually, probably want to look at this one. What are we doing here? So we're giving the Gremlin client main progress bar. Yeah. Okay. So let's do a couple things here. We're gonna go to load data, and we're going to add or manage Nuget packages. We have 2 Nuget packages in here. On, there we go. So first one we're going to add is gremlin.net. So I am doing a Gremlin database inside of Cosmos, at least for the time being. Okay, and then I also want shell progress bar. And now with this, what we're going to do, okay, so now we're going to have a private read-only progress bar. And now we're going to start doing some dependency injections, right? Again, not private. So public load data, progress bar, progress bar. Analytic tool to help migrate .NET Framework to .NET Core. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, there is support assistant. I have not used it, so I can't speak much of it, but I have told others to use it. Then we're just going to do progress bar. And I'm actually going to have, two different methods in here. We're going to yeah. So I'm going to allow it that I don't create the progress bar, and I'm going to put some logic, because like on Azure Function, I don't need the progress bar, right? You're never going to see it. So, so that's why I've got those two that way. So all right, next we're going to do just looking at something here. Yes, I'm not looking at that one. I want to look at this one here. And I'm going to copy this. I'm sure there's going to be some things I'm going to have to fix, and some things I'm going to have to do like that. Okay, so in here, okay, this was returning that dictionary. Yes, it's still going to return that dictionary of a string and color. So basically, the string will be the ID and then the color. All right. But in here, so we're going to pass in rem the client, but instead of this file path, we're going to pass in a list. Goodness, what is he barking at? No. I want... Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out what the dog now sees outside. Probably nothing I need to worry about. Yeah, there's nothing out there. Let's see, you're at the point where you need integration tests with database. Hey, Swarm Collective. I hope your day's been going well. Thank you for saying that. All right. So right here, we're going to pass in this list. Actually, we're going to pass in an iList. Love it. Colors. Okay, so that's what's going to take in, and then we're going to copy these two methods because I'm going to need those. Okay, we're not going to need this anymore because we've already got it at this point. Okay, using child progress bar. This is now going to be colors. Account and colors. Each result in colors. Copy this method over. Let's see here. All right, that gets rid of all the red squigglies. Now I can look through this a little bit more. So what this is gonna do, we're gonna take in the Gremlin client, same concept as HP client. We don't want to keep on creating it, right? We want to have the one client, which is connected. It's Gremlin client. Well, I was gonna say it's connecting to Cosmos. It could connect to any Gremlin database. Just happens to be we are connecting to a Cosmos database that's hosting a Gremlin, or Cosmos that's hosting a Gremlin database. We're going to pass in those colors that we downloaded, extracted, and parsed into a list. And then we're going to pass in the main progress bar. So, and then this is going to actually be just 2 steps at this point. So, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to spawn that progress bar for the steps in here. Is Cosmos easy to pick up and get started with? Yes, but it's also easy to get yourself in a whole lot of trouble real quickly. And by that, I mean, it's really easy to run up a database that costs a lot of money, right? So that's, I think, the hardest part. And then understanding how to optimize your data to optimize that cost. I think we spend more time, maybe it's the negative of Cosmos. I think we spend more time, looking at how we can optimize it so that, so we save money on everything. But because I do that, this will be a web app, right? And actually, I'm planning on trying to use Blazor. At least that's my intent. Okay, so actually, copy that, paste that, because we've already parsed it. Okay, so I'm going to set up the progress bar. Then I'm going to, I'm going to submit this gremlin statement, and this is my gremlin. And basically what this is saying, why does this say catalog? Oh, no, that's correct. What this is going to say is, so everything in gremlin starts with a G dot, and then, so give me all the vertices that have user ID of catalog. User ID is my partition key. in this database, I don't actually need to worry about the partition key, but you are required to have a partition key, right? And then it also has the label of color, and I'm gonna drop everything, right? So that's what, you know, that's a delete statement, right? Because this is creating a new database, and I'd already decided that instead of depending on drop statements, I'm keeping those in here for safety purposes. But really, this part of the process is a one-time process, and really you should just recreate the database to begin with, right? I was going to write code I was thinking about writing code that would actually drop the whole Cosmos database, which is not the whole Cosmos account, but the Cosmos database, and then recreate it. But apparently, that is not possible with a Gremlin database. You could do it with. I know you can do it with SQL API. I don't know about Mongo and Cassandra because I have not tried. But there is no syntax to do it within. There's no library that's actually a Cosmos Gremlin library. So there yet. I've heard rumors that there's something coming. More anything else, I think it's more anything else going to be a wrapper for most part around Gremlin.net. This is just me thinking, right? I don't know this part for sure, but that seems to make sense to me. All right, so we're going to drop them, and then we're gonna start creating the vertices, right? And in here, and then I'm going to create my dictionary, then I'm going to return. Yeah, and then basically I'm just going to go through the list. I am copying over to a color just to make it easier to work with, because the results actually are the list is actually in a dot result, which is annoying to deal with. We're going to create the color ID. Excuse me. And then here's our syntax to add it. So add a vertex of type color, or with a label of color, and then you just add your properties like that, right? So property user ID, property ID, property name, property RGB, so forth, right? And then we're going to submit that request, and then we're going to add the results to add that to the results, and then return it back. All right. So with that being said, we could take that. I actually do not need this, because that will be progress bar. Yeah, progress bar. Oh, I copied it from a console app, but it does not need to be static. There we go. So we have our progress bar, from the instance level. All right, so then, I want to add a couple other little things in here. What I want to say if progress bar does not equal null. And this is going to be one of these cases where, oh, never mind what I was going to say. Interesting. Okay, I'm actually going to say child progress bar. So we don't need to do that. Okay. Notice I'm not sure if you're confused by the error message or by the Christmas music. There we go. And then we're going to say, we're going to keep on doing that, right? It didn't like the fact that that was a weird error. I guess because, I don't know. That was a weird error. I play different music. I mean, so this is the jazz. I'm playing the jazz genre tonight. Alright, this idea is not going to work. But that's fine. Because you know what it just means? It means when it's running Azure Function. Azure Function still has a console window. It's just, I don't need it. So that's fine. But with that consideration, because I'm not going to write the method twice. And so with that consideration, we'll just take that out. Okay. So then here, not there, in here, instead of that, we're going to say, wait. Hold on a second, I'm just looking at something real quick. Yeah. So I want like that. Except for I can't do that. So we're gonna call this one raw colors. Let's just call it parsed colors. Okay, and I need to create my Gremlin client because I've not done that yet. Yeah, hold on. I gotta do something. I want to make sure I don't show secrets. Do. All right. I've still got those hard-coded in there. Oh, let me, before I forget, ignore that. Okay. I need to get those out of that file. I need to put them somewhere else. But for right now, they're in there because it's where I've had them. Just settings for stuff like this. And then what I really want to do, well, let's get this all straightened out here. Okay, I really want to copy all this. Cut it, actually. And we're going to private. These should be static, or they don't need to be static. That way. Same thing with that one. Same thing with that one. Okay. So we're gonna have a private Gremlin client. Get Gremlin client. And I'm doing this for two reasons. One, because that's a bunch of code you need to do to connect to it, but also, so it's nice to kind of encapsulate it somewhere else, make this method a little bit easier to digest. But also, right now we're working the bulk insert. We're going to have a daily one also, and so I obviously don't want to do that code twice. All right, now that should all be there. So now if I go back to here, and we're going to create a progress bar here. Oh, so let me make this copy. Hold on a second. Granted, I just showed it for a really brief second, which means I'll have to reset everything later. Yeah, that was wonderful. So, hold on a second. I thought, oh well. Shouldn't this console window have that package because it's in data import? Or am I thinking that wrong? So so data import console has a dependency on data import, which has shell progress bar package. So I would have thought I could use that from within the console app, but it wasn't there. I mean, not a big deal. I can import it here just as well. Yeah, I don't know why I was for some reason I was thinking that it gets those. Okay, it's not a big deal. All right. All right. Now let's do one more thing here. Well, I don't know which one I'm logged into. Okay, good. I'm logged into my account. Let's actually close those other tabs right now. So let's go to our Cosmos database. And I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna create a new graph called catalog 2. Well, you know what? No, let's just go ahead and let's delete this graph. Did it delete the graph? Delete graph. There we go. Catalog. All right, so basically I'm just deleting the whole database and recreating it instead of, even though I have those drop statements in there, I don't actually really want to wait for it. I mean, because I will say this, I mean, I did it, right? But when I get to the parts where there's like, or what was it, parts or sets, one of them has like 300,000 records in it, and that takes a little while to delete 300,000 records. I can't even imagine the RUs that I was going through on that one. All right. So let's see how this run. We have build errors. Here we can get rid of. Let's also take a look at these. We don't need the args in here. What else we got as far as messages here? Okay, that's fine because we're going to use it later. Sure. You know what? I took the static keywords off of this. This is actually the reason why they were static. Well, thank you, Mr. Kamikaze. All right. Now it should build clean. And the only warning we should have is for and the only warning we should have is unnecessary assignment, but that's just because we haven't used it yet. All right, now if we run this thing, so you can see it's going to drop the existing vertices. This will take a moment. Even though there's nothing to drop, we're going to well, it probably means I have a wrong connection. Hold on a second, because I'm going to have to look at settings here. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So I'll just talk through what I'm doing here. So I'm going back to the portal. Checking a couple things here. It is possible I changed my keys. I think that's what it is actually. Settings. Yeah. Okay. I think what it is, well, I know what it is. I did change my setting, or I changed I rebuilt the key, and I didn't change it where I copied it from. All right, now if we try this again, not in here, shoot. In Lego Master. Yeah, this one. Okay. All right, now, okay, it's going to do that drop statement. Hopefully. All right, no, we're still getting an error. So no connection to the server available. Weird. Step through this and see. The fact it says no connections has got me concerned. Let's copy that, and instead of doing that, there instead. Yeah, now I have connections. Yeah, okay. There we go. So now you see we got 186 and 186. And I should... Oh, I don't have visual... Well, you know what? Let's just do it from here. Just do a count. Execute. Well, that's interesting. There's only 180. Could be... Sometimes there's a little bit of delay. Could be that.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Corpse Elites. Elite, thank you for that. Why is there only 180 in here?
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
And Steel Sims, thank you for following. Hey, Corporate Elites. All right, what? Because the note said 186. Awesome, Steel Sims. So right now we're trying to load a database. And what's weird is I should have loaded 186 records. But I only got 180. Probably tells me that something was malformed, although the colors...
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, yeah, McNerds, that's what I was thinking, right? Thunder Becca, thank you. But what's interesting is we weren't having problems with these before. So, I mean, but we have our method here. We're just not using it right now. Let's go ahead and add that string cleanup. And in here, here's what I'm looking for. So let's just do see if that makes a difference. I'm also gonna get Visual Code running. Some of these queries are a little bit easier to run in here. But I will say this extension takes a moment to load. All right, let's just. So I added in the. I mean, we have a method to clean up strings because if we get in, I don't do that breakpoint anymore. You know, if we get apostrophe or a backslash, it causes problems. Okay, it's 186. So I'm definitely seeing that. As this ad is still loading. Sure enough. That is what it was. Now I'm kind of curious. Colors. Come on. There we go. I don't know what's going on. Why is... No, agreed. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of curious. Oh, you know what? No, that's the other way. So that's fine. That's interesting. I also don't know why Excel was like really slow on loading that. Actually, there's something with this file. It's just like taking forever. All right. Again, it doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of curious because yeah, I don't know. Well, anyway, there we go. We have it loaded. Wow, this extension's still loading. This extension is a really nice extension, but at times like this, it just takes forever to load sometimes. That's why I usually try to remember to load it Well, Excel does do some conversion, yes. Which is why I opened up a notepad, but I still didn't see it. All right, well, at any rate, we have our colors, right? And sure enough, yeah, we have 186. And if we look at this, here we can see all those colors, right? At this point, there's not a whole lot to the... I don't know why it takes forever. It eventually works. It just is slow. See, there it came. See, like I said, it eventually works. All right, Tech Workbench, you have an awesome evening. There we go. So now, again, we should see our 186. I will say this will show the colors a little bit nicer. Well, nicer is there's 186 colors. I bet that looks more than 186, but it's just spread out. Again, we're not to the point where we actually get any interesting stuff because that's just one data element with no connections. All right. That's also interesting. I thought I'd delete that. All right, so that's color. So next one we're going to do, and we should, now this should move a little bit faster. So we do color, then we're going to do categories. Actually, we can copy this. Well, you know what? I'm not ready to copy that one yet. I need the method. Okay, so here's our import categories. And then we may, just like we did with the other one, we're going to have to make a couple of changes here. That. Okay. There. Again, oops. We will have already done this, so we take that step out. Again, you know what, actually, let's do this. Call it parsed resource results, all right? And then refactor it, doing Control-RR, and call it categories. There we go. Create vertices, blah, blah, blah. Yes. So, like I said, this is all really the same stuff. Then we're going to do Again, we weren't doing it the first time. So we'll call our string cleanup method again on these. Because again, you never know if at some point something gets added in after the fact. All right, that's actually the only one I need on this one. Category is actually a very simple field, or whatchamacallit. All right, so then we're going to do categories. And so again, we're going to stream. Call this category stream. Why am I? You know what? I should make this a whole lot simpler. Copy and pasting. I can still talk through it. Okay, this is going to be categories. There we go. Park categories. They call it. Okay, so just like that. So then we're going to right here. So this is going to be category stream. We're going to download the category. We're going to download the category zip file as a stream. Parsed categories. Category and category here. So then, whoops, copy, paste. So here we're going to, there we go. So now we're going to, what is it not liking? Category, category, category. Oh, right here. There we go. So that will it'll extract the zip file, and then it'll parse it into a list. And then finally, import categories async, and then we'll import them. All right, let's make sure that works. I'm actually going to just, well, you know, it goes so fast, we can let it run. All right, so now we should be importing the two. So right now it's doing colors. And then, oh, you know, I didn't update the other progress bar, but there you go. Because then we did categories. So now, if we look here, we should get more stuff. You can see it gave it a color. It's very close, but you can see there's two different colors. If I do has label category count. Now here we do this first. There you can see the categories, and if we do a count, so we have 65, and I believe that was the number. No, actually it went so quick I forgot to look. but that should be working. What I do want to do is so right here we're going to say progress bar tick, and then we're going to say categories. Okay. All right. So next is themes. Basically our lookup data, right? That's what we're doing first. Again, this is going to be very similar to before. Theme. Okay, now themes, so you start seeing there's now 4 items, right? There was 5, but we don't need to do this because it's already done. Hey Jack, so right now I'm getting data imported, right? So we're basically creating our catalog of Lego colors, themes, categories, parts, and all that type of stuff. So we've got the colors, we've got the categories. Now we're getting the Lego themes. So like City, Star Wars, Crater, Django, Bionicle, you know, all these different themes that Lego parts could, or Lego sets come in, I should say. Okay. Now what is this doing for each category? Okay, that's fine. Glad to see another C# user. Why am I using C#? Because that's the language I use. I mean, it really does boil down to that. I mean, other than the fact C# is a really good general purpose programming language, and that's what we're doing here. So I thought. Okay, so take that and rename it to themes. Okay, there we go. Maybe I misspelled it the first time. In COBOL? Oh, goodness. Yeah. Typing nurse, I'll give you the source code and you can do that. Themes, map and result. Okay. Okay, hold on. I got this screwed up here. I gotta rename this one to results. And then we can rename this to themes. Okay, now that got rid of a bunch of assembly. I have not done assembly in a long time. I would say Jack is hardcore there. second. Something is just not right here. Let's delete that and let's start over. I'll at least take rid of this. Come back to putting that list in there because something, I need to see something here. Something's just not right. All right, so yeah, because that should be oh wow, well you know, Jack, that's, you know, kind of hard there, you know. Right. I list, what did I copy? Okay. I list CSV mapping result category parse results. Okay. Leave it as parse results for the moment. So I have this themes here. Okay. This okay, let's call this formatted themes. Hold on a second. Why is this? Category dot result. If themes contains what in the world was I doing? We're going to get those results. Okay, well, first off, that's just a bad name. Well, that's a copy and paste name problem. So the data is going into Cosmos, but we're using the Gremlin API, so a graph database. I admit, this is it's kind of funny how logic you wrote a week ago can confuse you so much a week later, right? All right, so okay, I'm purposely leaving that in for the moment. That's going to create parse results. Category is actually a wrongly named thing. because it's a theme. Problem is I have a theme down here. Well, that should be fine. That's in a for each. Okay, so I should be able to make sure I have one error at this point. I have one error, which is this error here. Ah. That's why. Parsed theme. There we go. That's what's caused my problems with that line there. Now, I should be able to copy this, change this to theme, and then we're going to keep this parse results name. Rather new to coding and looking to do it as my professional career. Do you have any advice? So the biggest advice I give you is, yeah, well, Jack, that's a good thing. You know, it is just start building projects, right? You know, whether that's looking at projects, you know, well, you know, getting projects on GitHub and putting your, you know, on your CV, resume, you know, that's definitely a good thing to be doing. But the biggest thing is just build projects, right? It is not unusual that when you go into an interview, well, then one, having like a portfolio project on your resume, especially as someone new, is really good because it helps you stand out, right? But I can tell you, you know, once you get in the interview process, you know, you're gonna have people are gonna ask you, but tell me about the projects you worked on, and you know, if you've only worked on a couple, like working through like a Pluralsight course or some course, and that's the only project you did, you know, it's not gonna be, you know, I mean, you could talk about it, but you know, but if you worked on a personal project, whatever it is, right? You know, think of something that that you could use, right? You know, maybe it's as simple as a shopping list application, right? You know, seems so simple, right? But you know, I'll tell you, I've talked to new developers, you know, those entry level developers during interviews, and I asked them, well, tell me what the project you worked on. Maybe they tell me, you know, well, I built this shopping cart, or you know, a shopping list application. All right. Well, so tell me tell me the steps you did to take that, right? How did you, you know, I'll ask the question like, how did you make a decision to do this as opposed to that, and that type of stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, really, I came with the idea, you know, shopping list. I mean, you know, whatever, right? You know, something that would help you out, right? Because then, you know, as someone who's going to interview you, right? You know, I'd be able to ask you some questions about that, right? Plus, and then learn from those, right? And then, you know, then the next part of that, though, is don't just build apps that keep on using the technology you know, right? Keep on trying new things, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, the biggest thing about software development, and this is, you know, depending on who you are, this is a good or bad thing, right? You are always learning. Right? To me, that's a good thing. That's one of the reasons I love software development, is that I'm always learning. I'm always learning new things, new ways to do things, right? Better ways of doing things. And so, you know, so those are my biggest sets of advice. And then find good sources of information. I will say, you know, I highly recommend Pluralsight. You know, the courses here are really high caliber. You know, so you get really good sets of things, and you can find pretty much whatever you want in here, as far as different languages and that type of stuff. You know, and the other thing I would say to look at is Free Code Camp, because it's exactly what it sounds like, right? O'Reilly is a really good resource too. Although I find O'Reilly, well, maybe I haven't been around in a while. But yeah, I mean, the nice part here is, you know, everything's free here, right? You know, so Pluralsight you pay for, right? And it's $30 a month, I think. So it's, you know, I mean, there's an investment there. Free Code Project, excuse me, is a Free Code Camp, I should say, is a free project, or, you know, free set of tutorials. You know, so if I do like C#, you know, yeah, create a C# app in 1 hour using ASP.NET, right? You know, well, I don't know why it's taking so long, but you know, you get the point, right? There's all these different. Here we go. And you know, and you can see, I mean, this is a full tutorial. It's video, right? You know, so you know, it's completely free. All right. I think I've now got this to where I want it to be. So. Sure thing. Yes, yes, Microsoft Learn is also another very, very good resource. I think there's now 4 here. So there's 1. Two, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, maybe there's 5. All right. Oh, you're right. So in here, yeah, this does a couple more things here, because now we start seeing data getting together here, right? What edges are we creating here? I forgot. Bar, edges. Oh, that's right. Themes can be themes can be there are themes and there are child themes. So that's what we're creating here, right? So we're going through here. We're gonna, you know, here we're creating the theme that exists, but we're also looking, you know, we're looking for it, you know, to be able to create the children if necessary, right? Or more important, those links. So sure enough, I gotta actually I don't know why I did that. We're gonna copy that code. Now we're gonna do themes. We're gonna get the link for that. Themes, copy link. Okay. And so now we're going to say themes. This is going to be our theme stream. Almost sounds catchy. Okay, this is going to be theme URL. This is going to be parsed themes. theme, 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 and then theme mapper. Okay, and then this will return themes. Parse themes, and this is going to import themes async. There we go. All right, so now we should be able to run this again. Oh, I just realized something I'm missing. I need. We'll go back. So. Okay, so this will take a little bit longer. Actually, while I try and have to grab my jacket. Starting to get a little chilly. House is starting to cool down for the evening. All right. So now we should have 465 themes. So if we go in here, do theme. Or not 400, it was 598. 465 were the edges. Actually, well, I could do, to test the other one, I could say, this, yeah, it's there. And sure enough, now there's the themes. And sure enough, you see relationships in between the themes, hence the lines. All right, so that's all great. Let me. I was gonna say let me check in, but I don't really need to check in yet. What I do need to do. Well, actually, let's finish this part. The other part I need to do though is I need to make sure I go back and keep a local copy of all these things, so that I'm able to do comparisons when we update this. Well, that's pretty darn cool. Huh. That's pretty cool. All right. So next, go to the next one. Although now we get into the ones that are a little bit harder to deal with because there's so much data in these things. Like as in, I'm going to write this code, but it takes like 20 minutes to import all this data from here. But now you start seeing where we're passing in categories, right? You know, because we're going to actually reference those. Again. This is a cloud app. Although, yes, no, this is a cloud app. was going to say, actually, my original thought for something was a local file, but actually it's not. Because right now, I've got this working as a console app, but that's just because I'm building it. Once I've got it built and tested, I'm then going to take this package, this data import package, or library, I should say, and then I'm going to actually use that inside of an Azure function. And the Azure function will fire every 24 hours. Excuse me. And we'll actually do all this work. Because right now, sure enough, right now I'm doing the full import. I'll come back to that, Jack. But right now I'm doing the full import. I need to write methods that will do the daily updates, which will be kind of based upon these. So the answer, why not use MySQL for data storage? Admittedly, I don't usually use MySQL. I would probably use like Azure SQL, right, instead. The answer really is because I wanted to use, I wanted something for Cosmos. Now, with that being said, Cosmos is overkill for this. I don't really need a Cosmos database. But I do presentations about Cosmos. And, I really would like a new sample database that I use when I talk about different things in Cosmos. And so that's part of the reason why I'm doing Cosmos. Same thing with the graph database. I do presentations about graph databases. And I would really like to have a different database than I have been using. All right. So if I was building this, if I was being paid to build this, I would either use like Azure SQL, or to be honest with you, I am getting to like table storage more and more, which is so funny. It's an older cloud technology, but this might actually work well as a table storage. All right. I will say this: I am also thinking about later on creating the same data in like a table storage, right? Because so if I ever do a talk about table storage, I can have that. So, all right. So the parts. Parse results. Okay. So again, we're gonna send in this file path. We're gonna send an ilist CSV mapping result part parsed results. Go. Yeah, again, because we've already parsed it, so we don't need that. Okay, so that's a good question, Jack. Let's see here. So now we're gonna say, what are we looking at? So, although I will say this, because I mean you're just getting started, and don't get me started on full stack development because that's a whole nother. I can go rants on that, but as someone new, don't limit yourself to one area. One, because what you find interesting today, you might not find interesting when you try some other things. And on top of it, you might struggle with one type of programming, whereas others types of programming, could work a whole lot better. So, for example, you don't want me doing front end development, right? It's just Cool. You're so funny. I saw the pew pew, and I was for sure that was some nerdy saying that, because I'm so used to being nerdy saying pew pew. But yeah, but point being is, try working with different types of languages and different types of code, right? Writing front ends, writing database code. I mean, like, my thing is the data side, right? I just enjoy it. I'm pretty decent at it. So that's generally what I write. Actually, let it be known, professionally, I don't write code anymore, right? Well, it's not really true. I shouldn't say that. I don't write code that goes to production, right? I write code that is examples for others to implement, right? That's generally what I do for a living. Well, that's not the whole thing I do for a living. I architect solutions. Huh. Now, I will say, I mean, IntelliJ, I mean, that's great if you're going to do Java. But even if you're going to do Java, I mean, you can use Visual Studio Code, which works with so many different languages. Not that I notice it's not listed here. Interesting. And I give it, well, I pretty much always work in Visual Studio. I actually highly recommend new folks start with Visual Studio Code and the console, right? Because there's so many examples nowadays. That's what they're using, right? So it's like when a lot of times I'm looking at examples because I want to use it in Visual Studio. I have to, kind of have to read through and like, oh, okay, I need to do this, right? Let's see here. So yeah, so we're again, we'll drop all those things. This is where I definitely, when I got to this, I'm like, I really shouldn't be dropping this every time. I should just drop the whole the whole database. All right. Like I said, I'm gonna be writing code, but I'm not gonna test this right now because it takes time to run. Okay, so this is parts. So here we're updating the progress bar. Now we're going to say parts stream. Yeah, I mean, VS Code's pretty cool. Like I said, I personally do not use it much, although, I mean, I've got it open right here, right? Somewhere right here. I use it more for extensions, or if I'm just working with individual files and that type of stuff. I'm just looking here. Is this only looking at... Yeah, it must be. Oh, no, not necessarily. Yeah, parts CSV. Just making sure. Okay, yeah, at this point I'm just getting the parts. Okay, so we're going to get this link. Let's see, finally working on deploying your first project currently onto a server. Awesome. Oh, wow. I see iFlicker just now noticed that. Sure enough, iFlicker, I think the last one was for you. The what's the project? Parts URL. All right. Again, we're gonna do that. We're gonna have parsed parts. Part mapper. Did I not just import that in here? Oh, because I also need to pass it in, I think it was categories. Yeah. Fix that naming. All right, there we go. So now we have that. But like I said, I'm not going to run this right now because there's a lot of parts in there. All right, so it's fun as you learn that stuff, though, you know, get it working. I mean, it's such a thrill. All right, so next one, we got parts. Now we're going to get the sets. So again, it's going to be very similar to what we were doing before. Dictionary, list, CSV, mapping, result, set. Results. Okay. I will say, I'm trying to get this done tonight. We'll see. Regardless, wake up Monday. I want this, you know, I mean, I'll do some other work over the weekend to get this data all imported, being able to do dailies. So we can actually start getting to an actual app. All right, dropping existing vertices. Oh, I can take that out. Okay, now we're gonna that's interesting. Spawn off of that. Okay, that all should work. Whoops, what is going on here? Goodness. Sets. So what I was going to say that at last reminder, actually, I just noticed something. Hold on a second, let me check something real quick. Yeah, that one went out. And that, okay. We did not see, okay. So sure enough, this isn't what reminded me, this made me think about something else. No. So why is everyone upset with Arby's? Or is Jeff Blankenberg just saying, well, anyway, sorry. It was like, yeah, I like Arby's too. So sure enough, last night we had Christos Matskas talk about identity for developers. And that video is now available up on YouTube. So, and there is the link to the, you know, Still Sims, I'm not sure. Like I said, I just see this tweet right here, right? You know, I know it's all the rage to hate on Arby's these days. Maybe that's just in general. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I think maybe he's just talking in general. I don't know. The roast beef is not real tuna. I don't know. I don't, you know, sometimes I don't get Twitter. Their fries are really good. And like I said, I really like their beef and cheddar. That's really good. Now I might go get Arby's tomorrow. I have to go out and do some things. Won't be hard to convince my wife of that either. So, just take a quick break. You know, although we already started it. I was going to say, so tomorrow you saw the, you know, Bricks of Chad. That's my other channel. You know, I'm actually be working on something pretty cool tomorrow. I'm actually be building this tomorrow. I finally got all the parts in to do this. So, so something a little bit custom, you know, my own design. So I'll be working on that. Actually, I'm going to be working on that. And, cause that'll take a little while, but, you know, won't take my whole stream tomorrow night. I'm also going to work on this, which doesn't look like much in here, right? But this is a stand for my my TANF that I have. So actually, from the Rebrickable site, if you look up TANF stand, yeah. So basically, they do this. I did change a little bit because I didn't really want this base plate or this sign plate because I don't have the sticker for the sign. But so yeah. So if you got interest in Lego, that's some of the things I'm working on tomorrow night on Bricks with Chad. Usually around 9 o'clock. Sometimes I get to start a little bit early. It just depends on what's all going on around the house. But I'm really excited to build those two things. This isn't my picture. This is Brick Bob's picture. But the TANF, which is of course the very first ship you see in Star Wars in A New Hope. This was also the first Lego set I built back in 2018 when I got back into Lego. So I'm excited to do that. All right. Code. Okay, so this is going to be the set stream. Which is going to come from, did I create this? Nope. Sets, which is going to be this link. Oops. Sets URL. Okay. And then we're going to say parse sets. Set mapper. Parsed. Do I really have two S's? I sure did. This is going to import. Sets async. Which is going to need the themes. All right, there we go. Now we've got that code in there. And then I think there's one more. Yeah, there's a set inventories. So sure enough, again, you think about what, actually this diagram does a decent job. So you got, we had the parts, the colors, the categories, right? And then we were bringing in the sets. Oh, we brought in the themes. So now we just wrote the code that brings in the sets, right? Which ties back to themes. Now this is inventory, which I kind of simplified I'm not doing minifigs right now. I need to add that in at some point. But basically I'm getting this part, this inventory and parts. So basically, what are the parts that make up a set? So that's this here, set inventories. So clean this up a little bit. Inventories. Oh, that's right. So this is one where I have to read in two different things. Okay. So, because I need inventory and I need inventory part. So we're gonna have inventories. Copy link. And then we're going to have the inventory parts. There we go. Well, Steel Slims, thank you for coming along, and thank you for the luck on finishing up. I mean, like I say, this is the last part that I have to copy over. Yeah, we still got a couple other steps. You know, I got at least another hour in me. Yeah, I started a little bit late. I was trying to remember what time I started. Okay, so we're going to need parsed inventories. So I'm going to take this, and first we're going to have I list CSV mapping result inventory, parse inventories, and we're also going to pass in parse inventory parts. I list CSV mapping result inventory part. Okay. Again, we take these items out. There we go. Actually, everything else should be fine in this method. So basically, you know, here it does something like, you know, I have to first, they do a whole versioning thing, right, with their inventories. And I'm only pulling the latest one. So, you know, that's what this is doing here. It's going to go through, find the latest of each one, and then basically create all the objects and edges, which are your relationships. So then the only thing now this will be slightly different to the point I'm actually going to type this one out. So this is going to be inventory, or do what did I call this? Set inventories. Set inventories. Progress bar. Tick. Set inventory. Stream set. Okay, this is going to be. So the first one, it was hold on, I'm gonna do that's blasphemy here. Add a region. Create gremlin client. So inventories. So it's going to be inventories stream. Okay, then inventory, parsed inventories, rules, list, CSV, mapping result, inventory, extract and parse, inventory mapper, whoops. Inventory stream. I'm getting the right one. Okay, so there's the first part. Well, maybe not. Try it again. Let's see here. There we go. And then we're going to do inventory parts. Let's see, this now will be inventory part. Inventory part mapper. Okay. And then, was I getting? Yeah, this is just going to be a void. Just checking something here. Let's see. Now, this time we're not going to get any dictionaries because we don't need any dictionaries back, right? So now we're going to do. Are we weighting it? We are not. The reason why we were weighting the other ones is because we need those results. In here, we can let it fire off and let Cosmos just do it kind of in the background, essentially, right? So I can do import sets inventories. Goodness. Import set inventories. And we're going to pass in the Gremlin client. We're going to pass in the parsed inventories, the parsed inventory parts, the sets, the parts, and the colors. All right, there we go. So that actually gets everything added. Now, with that being said, other than cleaning up some stuff, I kind of rewrote what I've already written. All right. Actually, I am going to check in at this point. So new structure creates a new catalog. catalog database. Okay, sync get all that checked in. All right, so now we need the part where, so this is the one-time load, but then we're going to have a daily updates, right? And the one thing about the daily updates, hold on one second, I'm going to turn my video off for a second. I need some chapstick. There we go. So the one thing about the daily updates, right? So sure enough, if we go back to here, you see this is, they talk about how this is updated on a daily basis, right? Automatically updated daily. But, just curious if we need more details. Yeah, it doesn't allow. I'm just kind of curious. I wanted to see something here real quick. Like if I get parts. You do get other values. Interesting. So let's say I do. Well, let me make sure I'm looking up what I think I'm looking up. Like this to say, so someone was asking me earlier, what's my favorite part, which, like I said, I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite part, but a part I definitely have the most of, not a 2x2, a 1x2, would be this. Yeah, 3004. Right here. 3004. Just curious here, so if I try that out. Oh, I have to have an API key. Oh, I'll try this later. I'm curious because it said it has more data in it. Just curious if this fake ID actually works. It shouldn't. That's good. I'm actually glad it doesn't. So where do you get your API key, though? Okay, no, that was what I was on. Oh well, I'll look at it later. I'm kind of curious, like I saw another place that had like weight of parts, and that actually would be nice to have. Because I'm thinking, like, if you buy a whole bunch of let's say well. Like I had an order come in. Now, granted, it wasn't that much. I had an order come in the other day, right? It'd be nice if I could just like put the bricks on a scale, right? and it weighs it for me and basically gets a count. But let me... Okay. Let me get back to this. So what we need now, now we've got everything coming in. But I need to keep track. Oh, so the one thing, it updates the whole data set, right? I don't get a delta, so I don't know what changed. I just get everything, right? So what I need to do is I need to store, and I could go query Cosmos, right? Does that ever exist? Did it change? Problem is that would be, talked about earlier, right? I think sometimes one of the things we're thinking about more than anything else is how to save money. If I was to, here, let's see, Lego database. So like, for example, the inventory parts contains 864,000 records in it, right? So that's 864,000. That's just a copy. We're not actually getting elements. Parts is another 37,000. So I mean, we're around 900,000 records, right? 900,000. Say 910,000 records, just for, if I was to query that every single day, I'd be spending quite a bit of money to find, maybe a couple changes every day, right? And so that's not efficient use of the money, right? So, but what and because I want this to work, if I was just keeping the console app, I could just keep the CSV and load the CSV and work with it that way. As a matter of fact, when I started to write it, that was what I was doing. That's actually what we were doing Monday when we ran into a problem. But that won't work very well for Azure Functions, because Azure Functions, they don't have a local file storage, right? I could use Azure file storage, but that's not really a clean thing to do in Azure Functions. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep a copy of this in table storage. Because one of the things about table storage is dirt cheap. What did I... Kind of funny that I don't know what I typed, but I accidentally went to a whole different site. All right, so in here, we're going to create... Is there a way to set up a ping with the block that amount was charged for every time you update a block and store the pings? And what? So ping. Okay, so set up a ping with the block the amount was charged for every time you update a block. Jack, if I understand what you're asking for, yes. Because I can do, there's a feature in Cosmos of the change feed. So I can actually see every time something is changed. So other than deletes, and deletes are coming. Actually, deletes might finally be there. I don't know if they're finally there. I don't think so, because I think I would have seen the announcement. But deletes are coming. It's supposed to be this quarter, I think. Could be wrong about that. I know they're coming. But at any rate, So yeah, I can get that, but my problem here is I wouldn't want to, it's one thing doing this once, right? And granted, I'm doing it several times, but every day, I don't really need to make that many calls out to, whatchamacallit, to Cosmos, right? And this kind of also goes to the point, like I said, having table storage also, I can actually use that also as an example for some other things. So I'm actually going to start with doing this. I don't even have a resource group for this yet. The Cosmos database I'm using, I actually was using for something else, which is fine. But we're gonna start creating a resource group here. Lego master. Okay, and then we're going to create a storage account in Lego Master. Okay, we're going to call this Lego. Oops, did I type a space? I think I did. Lego Master. Sure enough, you notice I start with ST, right? That's just a standard naming sequence, right? So ST for storage, right? It is purposely short because the storage name can only be 24 characters, which is kind of a bummer. All right, I am just going to do the standard, and for right now, I'm going to do it as local redundant storage. Because again, I don't need to pay for multi-redundancy. I recommend if you're going to do this for production, to do like at least a geo-redundant storage. If not a read access geo-redundant storage, right? But you need to think that through, right? But like I say, for this, because actually storage accounts have to be all lowercase, and I just happen to know that. That's why I didn't type it and find and then get told that name wasn't valid. But storage accounts have to be all lowercase. Okay, so here we're going to go here, and now we're going to create our table. It's a holdout from way back when. Okay, so the table name. Oh, okay. We're actually going to create multiple tables here. So the first one we'll create is colors, and then we're going to have categories. Interesting to remember. Here, I actually could create capitals. I don't know why I'm not. What was next? Themes. So I could type it capitalized. I'm actually going to colors. Oh, that's right. Storage, actually, it's not case sensitive when it comes to the names. All right, we'll create those back here in a moment. Even though we deleted it, it shows it deleted, they're actually still there. Takes a moment. Okay, parts. Sets. Oh, that's right. This is only links. Okay, that's right. All right, now we should be able to go back and create colors and categories. Okay, so here, now we have those 4 tables created. Actually, before I get to that, let's do a couple other things. Let's make this a little bit better. So we're gonna go in here, and we're gonna add a class, and we're gonna call this load data settings. So why do I have a different table for each data point? You know, because I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. I might not actually do it that way. Once I start creating the tables, I might actually go back to just one table, because that is one nice thing. They do not have to be in different tables. But I'm thinking about indexing, and so I might be readdressing that. All right, so I'm gonna have this, and okay, we're gonna have a public string color URL. Public string category URL. Public string themes URL. You know what? Make these plural because that makes sense. Public string parts URL. Public string set URL. Public string inventories URL. Inventory parts URL. Okay. So we have that. Go here. And again, eventually I'm going to move this into a config file. So we're going to have a load data settings equals new. Those colors. Category equals category. Themes equals theme. Parts equals parts. Sets equals sets. Inventories equals inventories. And inventory parts equals inventory parts. Inventory parts, not. Okay. And then go back to here. Delete that. Then on our constructor, we're going to private read only load data settings. You believe I have an extra themes? Well, I definitely have themes. Oh, extra E. I didn't even read what you said. Yes. Themes. Rel. Yes, I did. Thank you. Okay, so load data settings. Load data settings. All right. Okay, it's just an easier way to pass those settings in there. And again, allows this to work because different things would set them differently. So, like Azure Functions, actually the app settings get put into environment variables for you. But I don't like creating a whole lot of environment settings on my computer. So this way, it just gets handled because we send it that way, right? Now, with that being said, we got to fix those errors. Here we need to pass in load data settings. And then, so this will be load data settings dot colors. Load data settings dot categories. Load data settings dot themes. Load dot parts. Sets. Inventories and inventory parts. Oops. Okay. Now the other thing I want to fix in here. So let's go back to here. Actually, yeah, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do a slightly different. Let's rename this to rebrickable URLs. And the reason why I'm renaming all this will make sense in just 1 second. Okay. So then the other part I want to do is we're gonna have another class in here. And this will be called Cosmos V settings. And the reason why, so originally I was thinking I was going to have those both in the same class. The nice part about doing this differently is I can actually have I can have sections in my settings files, and I can grab them that way. So that's the reason why I'm doing this. All right, so I need to pull up something real quick. Oh, I could do it over here. Okay. So we're going to, let's see here. String host. Public int port. Cool. Enable SSL. Primary account key. Database name. Container name. Okay. So we're going to have that. Now what I'm going to do, actually I'll go ahead and close everything. Now I'm going to switch off my screen for a second here. Maybe. There we go. Fix my green screen now that I see it right there. Not that it really matters, but I'm going to notice it. And copy that and put it here. Okay. And then now back to our console app. And we're going to create a Cosmos DB settings. And so host equals settings.host. Port equals settings.port. So this settings file is just a static class I got sitting out there. I need to, I do this for when I'm doing demo apps, because I usually need these chains of settings pretty easily. I'm keeping this logic in here like this for the moment. But again, once I move things to settings, to real settings, I'll get rid of that. Okay. And then we're going to pass that here, Cosmos DB settings. Okay. And then because I deleted it from here purposely. Now look, container is misspelled. We'll fix that here in a second. All right. There we go. So that was just a little bit of cleanup work. Make sure it all compiles. All right, so now so now I'm going to go in here. I'm going to add another package. Excuse me. Maybe. There we go. Azure data.tables. Pre-release because it still hasn't been released. But it works really well. Come on, install the package. I don't know why this does this. Checking that dig installed. Yes, okay. So now, what we need to do is we're gonna have a new folder we're gonna have called Table Entities. Okay, and add class. So category. Okay, and this is going to take in, well, it's going to inherit from category. And it's going to take in table entity. Yeah, let's rename this to category table entity. Sure that's getting the right one. Yes, the domain. All right, so just fix these real quick. Okay, so let's think about what is this going to look like. Kind of back to what I think it was Jack who was asking me. No, I have not started with the UI at all. So, yeah, actually, so I think it was Jack who was asking me about, why did I create different tables? Now, sure enough, and like I said, it's because I haven't started writing the code. Now I'm starting to see this. I don't need You know, I really do not need different ones because my partition key can be basically the element type, so category in this case, and then the row key will be that key that I need to search for, and that gives me good indexing. Okay, so we can delete those. And now we're going to create, we're going to call this rubricable. Okay, so then what I'm doing here is, so when I normally do this, I would have a public category table entity. So my default constructor. Table entity, because I need that default constructor. And then we're going to take in a category. And in here, so now what we're going to do is we're going to say partition key equals category. Well, and sure enough, it was one of those I just wasn't thinking about it until, like I said, once I got into here, I would have seen that. Row key equals category dot category dot, there we go, ID, rubricable ID. Same about this. Yeah, I want rubricable ID. And then the other things we need in category, which if I remember, it's just name, ID name, and rubricable ID. So ID equals category.id. Name equals category.name. And rubricable ID equals category.rubricable ID. Alright. So we're going to do just like that. And then we're basically going to do the same thing for the other ones. Alright. So add class color table entity. Tell you what, easier to just copy that. Color table entity, get my base. And so, because I know we got some newer folks, wondering, okay, why am I worried about this constructor, right? I need a default constructor because of serialization. So what's going to happen once I start writing methods that are actually save that? It's not so much the save, it's the retrieval. When I try to retrieve something, it's actually going to depend on this blank, constructor, that default constructor. So that's why I'm going through the trouble of creating that. And let me know, I don't really like this table entity, but I'm going to keep that in because it actually reduces some confusion. I could actually call this table entity, and then I could have said domain.color, and that would have solved the problem too. But the other nice part about doing this is there's less confusion elsewhere, right? because I will be using like that category or that the data load is going to be using both, right? So there's some nice confusion removed. All right, so partition key equals color. Row key equals color dot rebrickable ID. ID equals color dot ID. Name equals color dot name. Rebrickable ID equals color dot rebrickable ID. And then RGB equals color RGB. Okay, so there's that one. Add class. Next one is going to be inventory. Table ending. So inventory. And table entity. Public inventory table entity. Public inventory table entity. Inventory. Partition key equals inventory. Row key equals inventory dot, oops. Rebrickable ID. Do I not have a rebrickable ID on here? Why not? Because inventory, it's not something I save, right? No data. It's just okay, let me come back to those. Let me do the other ones. I want to come back to that. Okay, so next we'll do part table entity. It might be I don't need this data for those. Public part table entity. Part public part table entity, and here we're going to do part. I don't know why I'm sitting here like drawing a blank of what I wanted there. Partition key equals part. Row key equals part dot rebrickable ID. Again, I don't have those. I definitely wanted in this one. this means I'm going to add a couple things here. So I need to add it there. I need to go to the mappers. Part. Oh, okay. There is no rubricable ID. They're using the Lego part number. Okay, that's fine. So I actually can go back here. I can get rid of that. Go back to here. Okay. So the row key will be part number. Whoops. Okay, and then I'll just put it right here. ID equals part.id, part number equals part number, name, part.name, category ID, part.category ID, category name equals part.category name, part material equals part material. That's the last field. All right. Next we'll have set. Come on, Visual Studio. Set, and then table entity, okay, tables, set table entity, and set table entity. Set. Okay, partition key in this one is going to be set. Row key is going to be set. Again, here this will be set number. All right, and then we can grab these other values. Equals set.id, set number equals set number, name equals set.name, year equals set.year, theme ID equals set.theme ID, theme name equals set.theme name, part count, set that part count. Okay. And then we have theme. Theme table entity. Theme table entity. I don't know what I was thinking there. Copy those in here, paste them in there. theme, table entity, and then theme, table entity, bring in the theme. Okay. Okay. So here, partition key is going to be theme. Row key is going to be theme.workable ID. Name is going to be theme.name. Key equals theme.id. Parent. Sorry. Workable ID equals theme.workable. Name. I already got name. I want parent ID. Parent. Theme.parent. And then parent name equals theme.parent name. There we go. All right. So now back to inventory. Inventory. I don't. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. I don't actually create these, right? So there's no. I don't need these. I don't think. I mean, I'm saying that, but inventory. Am I creating inventory? Load data. I gotta admit, I've forgotten. Import. Set inventories. So we have here, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna copy this. I'm pretty sure all we're doing is creating edges, which is our relationships. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because all we're doing is we're adding edges, right? So I don't need those in table storage. I need everything else, but I don't need those. So, just trying to think anything else here I need to do. Not really. Okay. I am going to do something now. Pull some code. Here, I can go to this one. I'm done with this. Close solution. I want this. Yes, that one. I wanted this code right here is what I wanted. I really probably should put that in a nicer place, but so let's call this Azure Storage Helper and public. You know what? I don't need that. Okay, so coming back to here. So now what we're going to do, well, first, I don't need a helper method, or I don't need a helper class. I need a helper method. Private. There you go. Monday is an awful way to spend 1/7 of your life. He's not wrong. Okay, so now we're going to copy this class. Okay, and we're going to use more and more stuff in here. Okay, and we'll pass this one in. Actually, now considering the number of parameters I've got in here, just to make that a little bit easier to read it. Azure storage settings. Azure storage settings. Okay. I was actually expecting an error to come up, which is kind of weird. There it comes. Okay, so now what I need to do is, so in here, I'm going to go to access keys, and I believe, hold on, because I'm not going to trust myself in saying that. Yeah. So I'm going to go to access keys, and the nice part is that they do hide them. The bad thing is I have to show them to copy them. But so I'm going to copy that over. So with that being said, I'm going to go to a private screen for a moment here. Not wrong button, that button. There we go. So let me get these keys here that I need. I can't seem to control my mouse today. And again, for now, I'm just going to put them in this static settings file I've got. String storage. Static string account name. And public static string. Storage account name and storage account key. Just about got it. Just need to get one more thing here. Sorry, this is giving me all of a sudden this wants to be a pain. All right, now I finally got things working. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. So now we can do Azure storage settings equals new. And like I say, for right now, I just have these again in this static file. Count name equals settings dot storage count name, and then URL equals settings dot storage URL. We'll pass that in. Okay. All right. So now what we want to do, so that all works. Actually, get rid of this. Wow. Let me actually also put in a public string rebrickable table name. Go back to here. And it's just rebrickable. What that allows me to change it later on. Also allows me not to have a hard code. It's hard coded at the moment, but you know, in reality, it won't be hard coded. URL, okay. Azure storage settings. I'm still having a problem there. Dot table name, reversible table name. Why? Oh, because it's static. That's why. That's why. And thank you for that reminder, Sean, because I definitely needed that. Yeah, it's been a little while. 1 a.m. Oh, I want to at least try to get these tables created. I was able. I want to start to get to the where I'm checking the logic. is... Yeah, no. I was aware of that. Luckily, I don't have to get up first thing in the morning. I do have stuff I need to do. Rest mesh. I'll sleep after I'm dead. No, I mean, like I said, I do have things I got to do tomorrow. It's not like I have to be out first thing in the morning. Actually, letting the sun get out a little bit is a good thing tomorrow morning. All right. So where we're gonna? Okay. So now, what we're gonna do is in here. All right, Ryan. You have an awesome evening. Sleep after it compiles. It compiles. Well, actually, at the moment, it's not compiling. Where it was. That was weird. There we go. Yeah, Brian, thank you so much. Excuse me. Like I said, well, we'll see you. Probably not going to be out here too much longer. That's not what I want to be in. So in here, where we do this, right here, this is where I want it. So we're going to say that returns a table client. Actually, well, that's fine. I don't need to call it a whole bunch of times. I can call it once. We can have private read-only table client. All right, and then in our method here, not going to do it in the constructor because the constructor should be more lightweight. But right here, so after we get our Gremlin client, table client equals get table client. Yeah. Okay, so now right here, so we're going to say table client dot add entity. This is going to be color table entity. And then it's going to be, oh, okay. For a moment, I'm just going to say new color, can I do that? I don't think I can. Wow, I can. That's interesting. Yeah, of course, this is C#9 syntax here, what allows me to actually do a new in there. That's not what I really want. Yeah, it is actually, because I want to say new color. There we go. Yeah, I was thinking I was going to have to do something else, but no, that's all I need to do. So there you go. So that will add it in there. Now, the other thing I need to do, though, Let's add those first. I need to also clear those out. So here we're going to say table entity, or table client, I mean, add entity. What we could do an upsert entity. And I don't have to worry about clearing it. Well, I should still clear them out. So let's add entity. This will be a category table entity. New category. Okay. Themes, do the same thing. Table client add entity theme table entity new theme. Client add part table entity new part. And then finally the sets. Table add entity, and then this will be set entity, table entity. Yeah, there we go. New set. Okay. All right. So that will take care of creating those. Now, the other thing I want to do here is we want to so on our dropping. So what we want to do is we have to go retrieve all of them and then drop them. Okay. So, I'm looking at something where I'm doing something similar just so I can cheat. Yeah. So right here, we're going to say do var for the moment. Var table entities equals table client dot query.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, D-Longs. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. All right. So we're going to have query. This is going to be color table entity. And then we're going to say partition key equals color. I really should take away the hard coding of that partition key. So color, and then we're going to have not comma, and T row key. No, just that. Yeah. List to list. And And that should be a list. Oh, yeah. So we'll say list of color table entity. And here, I'll call this color table entities. And then, unfortunately, you can't I can't delete against a query. That would be too nice. At least if you can, I have not seen a way. I'll put it that way. So I'm gonna have to do it this way. You know, where we have color table entity, color table entity in color table entities. And then we're going to say, oops, there, like that. And then we'll just do table client dot delete. No. Delete entity, that's what I'm missing. Oh. Well, no. So that's going to take... Oh, okay. Yeah. So I still have to go for each. Which would make sense. Why would you normally do a whole thing, right? So color, table, entity... dot ID, actually partition key, color table entity, row key. Okay, so not really the nicest way of doing things, but that should work. All right, so tell you what, let's do a quick test of this. We'll just do colors. It is the smallest of them. Let's see here. I want to go to there we go. I'm looking for this. So we'll just hey there, Capper. How's it going? All right, it's there. We're just going to comment those out because we're just going to run the colors. Let's actually clean out that real quick. The AZ204. Okay, cool. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to delete that whole graph. Try it again. Delete the whole graph. And do. Come on. There we go. And then we're just going to recreate that. User ID. It usually doesn't take this long. There we go. All right. So now let's see what happens. Notice it's going a little bit slower, right? Because it's also creating those table entities. But again, the intent is that this is a, well, this one's a one-time thing. The daily process will also be going back to the tables, but we're not going to see that run. It's going to be an Azure function. Now, granted, we don't want to be too slow because Azure functions should be quick. For what we just did, I mean, not much. I mean, because all we did were a couple of inserts, right? The insert itself is probably a couple RUs each, because it's not much. That drop actually cost a lot, which is part of the reason why I'm just dropping the whole the whole graph first. All right, so let's verify. Oh, you know what? That is not going to work. I've learned my lesson before. You need to reconnect. So, sure enough, it has label color and do a count. And we have 186. That is the correct number. And now if we go to our... Oh, that's right. I did close it. So now if we go to the table, Explorer View, Tables, Rebrickable, we have 186 items. All right. And just checking everything. So the row keys seem to look correct. Partition keys are all color. Yeah. So there you go. So I mean that's our data. And now I can, you know, I can write the method. Well, I need to test everything. Actually, I'm getting ready to end the stream, but you know, I'll run this overnight. It only takes like 20 minutes to run, but you know, see how that runs. And then, like I say, at least over the weekend, I'm gonna try to get the bulk one done, and I might be able to get the, you know, I don't know. We'll see if I can also get the dailies done. And then, you know, what I would like to do is a Monday start with get it working Azure functions, right? You know, start getting some of the cool stuff working. All right, everyone, it has been great having you all tonight. Let's see here. Who do we have up on Twitch? Well, of course we've got Callo. And which is always a good place to go to, just to take a quick look here, see who else is on Live Coders.
I think that would be super easy to do, and would look pretty cool. We'd probably have to do it as a two-sided texture. I'm not quite sure how I'd pull that off to make it look right.
Sure, we can take a look real quick. Send the link. We can take a look. Prepping that. Well, sure, Corp. Thank you. Thanks for thanking me. I mean, I do appreciate that. So, hi, Flickr. Were you sending me a link? Yep, there we go. I just need to be one more. Need to be patient for one more second. All right. So, sure enough. Here we go. Yeah, this is looking nice. I remember seeing a much... Oh, you broke it. Oh. Because I was going to say, I remember seeing a much earlier version of this. I'm assuming none of these will work until I put an RSVP code in. Okay, so you probably don't want me flooding you with fake code numbers. Oh, okay, they don't exist yet. That makes sense. Yeah, so sure enough, I mean, so HighFlicker's been working on this for a little while. So this isn't the first time I've seen it, but it's definitely, it's looking a whole lot nicer. I mean, it wasn't looking bad last time I saw it, but you know, I know this is looking a whole lot nicer. So you know, cool little project you get working on. All right, so we'll type in tail, RSVP. There you go. Yep, there we go. TaleLearnCode and chat. So we'll submit the RSVP. See, folks, actually, we're looking at someone else's project right now. This is HighFlicker's project, which is an RSVP system for like weddings. Pretty cool. And more importantly, because he's now has this working, you know, so it's not just a GitHub project. I mean, it's now working up on a site. And like I say, really like how it's looking. And again, if I remember correctly, I mean, the idea was this could be used by like a wedding facility, right? So you know. Hence the picture is actually, you know, a wedding facility. Now that's awesome, dude. That really is. Congrats on getting this part up. Look forward to seeing when you get the other pages up and working. So, all right. So with that, so we're gonna go over to Callow. Definitely stick around for a moment. You know, say hi to Callow. Definitely be sure to attack. You know, the command attack. If you don't know what I mean, you'll see. It's a lot of fun. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Again, tomorrow night, Bricks with Chad will light up around 9 o'clock. We'll be building some Lego stuff. And TaleLearnCode will be back on Monday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, everyone. Thank you so much.